Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, greetings and salutations. Happy time zones to you all. Welcome to this installment of Red Plate's Global Space Program, Prelude to the Stars. There we go. Now I can cut that bit out on the YouTube video and we can carry on. I was saying hello to Pinky and Noz. And welcome to the stream, being, first and second. We're going to carry on playing some Kerbal Space Program anyway. Oh, yes, and it is the 17th of March, 2025. For those of you that are keeping score, count, what have you. We're going to play some more Kerbal Space Program. I know I've already said that, but I don't know what else to say. So let's have a look at mission control. What missions have we got? Plant flag on the Mun. We've been working with Jarvis, haven't we? We've got to do a supply run to the Mun. We can do that one straight away. Execute and local observations flight at... Execute a local observation flight at Kerbin's grasslands. Experiment. Okay. That's still ongoing. Performed a manned return orbit of Minmus. Investigate atmosphere and get several... Gather surface deployed a mystery observation science from the Mun. I thought I had done that. Okay. By the looks of it, we need to go to the Mun. We need to go to the Mun. I think I want to make a mission that can go to the Mun, refuel and resupply the Mun, and return to Kerbin and bring back science. I think. We got the Mark III command pod. Ooh. If we get the Mark III command pod, we can put the Mark III. Don't know why I did that. We can do that. We could do that. Now my mind's gone woof. I'm thinking we need to get ore from the Mun. We need to get a craft that can launch and recover from the Mun and deliver us fuel. It's just like, okay. Now I want to do an ISRU on the Mun. Now I want to do an ISRU for the Mun. It's like, okay, right, change that, scrap all of that. We're going to do an ISRU for the Mun. Do we have ISRU? We've only got a small one. Oh, that's going to take blooming forever then, isn't it? That's an even tinier one. Can we... We don't have enough science for an ISRU, do we? Okay, we need science. Right, let's take that off. So we want science. We need to plant a flag. What have we got for Mun? What have we got for Mun? Crater Maker. Mun for Kerbals Lander. Mun Transfer, Mun Gateway, Mun Lander, Mun Lander, Mun. It's 183. Mun Lander 2. That's Bottle Rocket. Mun Ore Tank Launcher. Mun Rescue Rover with Arm, Rover with RAM. Mun Science Probe 2. Mun Shuttle. That's what we've got up there at the moment, isn't it? Okay. Mun Transport. What's that? That's 39 grand. That's very small compared to that. Let's load that in. What is that? Oh, that is a very, very basic. That's an old. Okay, that's old. Oh, we have to save this again so we get the picture. I don't know. We'll save that under default, I guess. Okay, what's this Mun Lander? So this has one more part. Ah, okay, MechJeb Cork, yeah, because we don't use MechJeb anymore, so that's fine. Oh, that's Bottle Launcher. Okay. That's Bottle Rocket. What have we got on here? That's a Mun. I mean, I've just had a wonder. Could we reuse this? We've got Jarvis. Jarvis can take 25 tons. Bottle Rocket could take more than 25 tons to orbit. But this is not an SSTO, and we cheese it a bit because this does not land. Okay. So this was come under the heading of planes, I guess. Tell you what, let's see what we can do for 25 tons. So what do I actually want to do? We've got to resupply. What? I want a bigger... Oh, whoa, that was a bit horrible. Okay, I've got 75 science. Okay. Can I search ISRU? ISRU. No. Okay, where's the ISRU then? Specialized Command Module. Electronics, what's that? Battery, heat management, which I'd probably need. Nova. Oh, we've got ion production propulsion, really? Hyperspectral resource mapper. Short, that's what I need, Convertitron. I need 500 research. We might be able to cheese that. Let's have a look and see what our research stations have. Okay. That's convenient. That is very convenient. Doo-doo-doo. Right, let's go here. Ooh. There we go. Oh, we're up to 20 subscribers on the YouTubes. Nice. That's, you know, what's that? That's 20 followers basically on Twitch. Oh wow, what is going on here? I don't know what is going on. I have no what? That is doing my eyes in. Data. Oh wow, look. Don't disturb the techno party. We got 500 science there. Okay. Let's send that home. How are we got tons of snacks. What we're electrical charge. Hang on. All our solar panels are in. Why are all our solar panels in? That's thermal control system, which is on here. I have no idea what this is. That is very weird. He said bring the panels in because it's dark. So the thermal control system is there. I don't understand what is going on with that display. That is very bizarre. It is very, very weird. I have just had a thought. I mean, I can't see what it is. Okay, there we go. That is very weird. I don't understand. And there's all our solar panels. Still not generating. Right, let's get round to... That is a concern. Our solar panels... We've got no oxidizer. Right, stop research. Oh, now we're in the sun now. Here we go. Okay, transmit the science. So that's 500 science. I think I've got, is that? Yeah, okay. Let's go to CCAN. I want to uninstall, I think I have a shader mod installed, and I'm wondering if that shader mod has problems. Why do you keep changing?
Shiny. Must be bad guys.
Indeed. Let's be bad guys. Right, let's get that. Let's bring that back up. Yes, I know. Every time I click out, thanks, Noz, I get this warning saying that the CPU is GPU is in high use. CCAN. I'm going to remove tufts or whatever it's called from CCAN just before I forget, because I think that's what might be causing the problem. Hey D-Drake, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well. What was it? Tuft. Space Tux Library, no. What is it called then? What have I got installed? Animated decouplers. Waterfall, universal. Scatterer. Spectra, what's that? It's Eve. Space Tux. Space Dust? I don't remember installing that. Simple repaint? No idea. Shuttle orbiter, that's what? Is this the right open game instances? It's that one, isn't it? Yes, that one. Yeah, okay. I was looking in the wrong one. Okay. There we go. Right, let's uninstall that. That is... Textures Unlimited Special Effects. Yeah, it makes it look prettier. Okay, so I have uninstalled that from CCAN. Okay, I've just had a thought actually. How many need to be updated? None by the looks of it. Okay. Right, so next time I restart KSP, I need to restart. I mean, it does make it look pretty. I'm not going to lie. This does look nice. But issues and all of that. Hang on. Now I don't have the problem. That's weird. Okay. Right, so this is nuclear powered. That's why we've got liquid oxidizer. That's got liquid fuel, right? Because this doesn't actually use oxidizer. Right. Okay, how are we doing over here for snacks anyway? Not that I'm distracted. We've got another year, yeah? Year and a bit. Yeah, we've got a year and a bit. Right, let's... I think we've already done Kerbin KSS. I keep forgetting his Mun Gateway and Minmus Gateway and stuff. That's what we're calling our stations. And apologies for those of you that are on YouTube and there's no music. I got 30 copyright claims against me for using Stream Beats. And it's not Stream Beats' fault. It's someone being... It's either malicious claims or it's false positives. But I have done the required thing with Stream Beats, and hopefully that will be being cleared. But we'll see where it is. Hey, Indictment, how you doing? There's some very loud. Someone with very loud music out there. Dun dun dun! We've just been raided by the ever awesome Discount Engineer. How you doing, ever awesome Discount Engineer? Hope you're well. I will at one point get round and fixing all of these bots. Of course, there's a white van man outside. That's probably what I can hear. With very loud music. Anyway, getting back to this. How was your stream, Discount? What were you doing today? I've got to sort out those bots. I can't actually tell what you were streaming. You were doing Factorio today. Nice. I have been very busy doing lots of different things. I wasn't able to because the problem is if I come and hang out in your stream. Oh look, 90 science. If I come and hang out, I end up getting distracted and not achieving anything. So it's all right when I can put you on and just, you know. Right, I've got to go and answer the door. I'll be back in a sec.
The automatic pilot system is not functional.
Bar.
Okay. Deploy landing gear.
Deploying landing gear.
Whoops!
Landing gear deployed.
I might have overcooked that one a little bit. Oh my life, thank you so much. That just scared the living daylights out of me. What's that, to wake me up? I did see who that was. Was that Delta?
Yeah, Delta.
It was Delta. Yeah, Delta.
Wakey, wakey, everyone!
Banana.
Da, 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 da.
Banana.
Da, 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 da.
Banana.
Da, 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 da.
Banana.
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. You missed a banana.
Banana.
There you go. Okay, so now banana. It was it was Amazon delivering. What's Amazon delivering for me today? Ooh. Can you tell what it is, chat? Can you tell what it is? You know what it is? Yeah, but cables for what? And then we have... Can you tell what that is? Yes, you're right. It's floss for your teeth. Solder. Gee, I have got some solder that thick. It's silicon wire, so that it can cope with high currents at low voltages. So hey, Racy. Oh, Racy, good. Hey, how are you doing? So silicon wire. It's not silicon wire. It's copper with silicon insulation, so that it can sustain high temperatures. Because it's going to have. It's about 1 millimeter, and it's going to have about 15 amps running through it. And these are cables for LEDs. And what's the other one? Ooh, exciting. Super exciting. This will be really, really... It's not really that exciting. I can figure out how to open the thing. I've not had one of these before. There we go. Cable all caught up. A Wago box. And... Oh, wow. That's a lot of Wagos. Didn't think I'd ordered that many Wagos, but... And Wagos. I've never used them before. Unboxing stream, yeah. I've never used Wagos before. But they seem to make a lot more sense for connections and good connections. So the idea is... Yeah, no, this has to... Oh, I need to check the... No, these will be fine. This is for mains. Yeah, open, wires in, lock it down. Ow! Jeez. Oh, it blooming pinches though. So I am getting, well, a present for Christmas was Billy bookshelves. And the concept was to go behind here. So that was a Christmas present from wife and various... See, Amazon and UPS don't like me. When they deliver, it's usually car parts or large amounts of oil. You'll be like that, the one I saw on Twitter, where the woman comes up with glasses on and a face covering, going, I've waited this day. I hate this house. And then, on the door cam, and then she's coming up to the house with a wheelbarrow, cart thing. And she just goes, it's full. And she just dumps it all onto their hall, whatever it is. Landing, door frame, porch. I don't know what the thing is at the front of the house that's stepped up is. It probably is something stupid like a porch, but... Ooh, we're really low on snacks here. Not so much on the soil. Okay. Well, we'll get... Not that I'm squirreling. Not that I'm squirreling at all. Right. They're usually back, right? Wow. Well, I can... Oh, only 60. I'm not going to worry about that then. I mean, I kind of understand if someone's constantly ordering lots of stuff, but hey, you've got a job, right? You've got a job. Be grateful you have a job. Not everyone has a job. Space Center. There we go. Gonna get some foods? No worries. Yeah, so getting back to what I was saying, family basically for Christmas got some components for Lego display shelves area that was going to go behind this green screen over here. And it was, you know, the wife says now, I should have known. It's you. So the original idea was to have white lights. But this is me, right? I'm not just going to have lights that you just turn on. No. No. It's going to be in my old home automation system. So when the computer's on or when motion is detected in the room, lights will come on and it will display. Nice. You know, the door opens. Lights will come on, it'll display, it'll be lovely. But of course it has asked to be RGB, doesn't it? And then it means that I've got to have, I've ordered some new LED lights, which comes under the heading of it's part of the present, so, you know, to an extent. And then it's like, okay, right, now it was 12 volts, now I inadvertently ordered 5 volts. And it's, you know, working out the current draw, it's like 16 amps, 15, 16 amps. And it's like, right, and the voltage drop across this particular, you know, across wire from the top to the bottom of the cabinet would be 1 volt. And at 5 volts and you lose 1 volt, that's quite a big voltage drop. And blah, 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 blah. And it's, yeah, and because it's plugs into WLED, of course, the little cables that they bought, it only works with power. I need one that's got data as well. So, and then I need the silicon cable because looking at the temperatures and the various calculations that have taken place, the cable could be running at 40 to 50 degrees C. Which is, you know, not good for cables to be running at that temperature, normal cables to be running at that temperature for long periods of time, because it starts to break down the insulation. So yeah. So this was a Christmas present, and here we are in March, and it's still not. I haven't even put the bookcases together yet, but that's what's been delivered. So progress is being made, but. As with all things, I can't just go ahead and buy everything I need all in one go. I have to, you know, split things up. Looks at NVIDIA. Cable running 100 degrees C. It's perfectly normal. Yes. Is it the cable that's running at 100 degrees C, or is it the GPU? I mean, I know that you've got little gold cables in there that will be running at high temperatures. But anyway, right, so now we should have enough science. We have 600 science. Right, so now I can get my ISRU. Yay. Drill-o-matic, large holding tank. Excellent. Everything else is 300. Wire glowing, has power, good to go. Your 4090 already had 1 new plug. Ow. Yeah, well, was there a problem with the 4090s? That if they didn't click in properly, you know, you had to ram it in. And if it felt like it was in, but it wasn't actually all the way in, or something like that. But yeah, when I did the calculations, and it was like you get the original cable. So the cables, the power cables on the ones that were bought was something like 0.5 millimeter wide, or dimensions 0.5 mil or something. And it was like, did some calculations on that, and the voltage drop and everything was going to be horrendous. Right. I want ISRU. ISRU. Right, so that is 4.5 tons, 1 ton. Oh, look at that. Yeah, mine was fully seated. The cable was, and yet still, wow. That is not good. Right, so we're back to this. We're now making... We're now making an ISRU rig for the Mun. Okay. Right. Now I can't remember thermal. I think, if I remember correctly, they can go one step, can't they? I think they can go one step from the device. And still transfer heat, I think. Haven't I got a heat one? No, that's balancing. That's only power. Go away. How much power, how much heat does that generate? Can we work it out? Optimum temperature 1000, shutdown temperature is 2000, 4000. Required cooling 200 kilowatts. How much do you give me? What? No, that can't be right. Maximum cooling 19. I'm actually having trouble. 19. Yeah, that's 19,000 kilowatts. Core heat transfer 250 kilowatts. That requires 250 kilowatts cooling. So one of those is good enough? Is that right? Okay, so we're building this in reverse. Where are we? Okay. No. That would be convenient, though. No. Oh, good grief. I've clicked off the game. If I did that... Then I could use these Mark IIIs wherever they are. So if I said that that's my fuel that I'm filling up, right? So if we lock those two. I'd want something on the end to close that down. What could I put on the end to close that down? Yeah, that doesn't work clearly. Because that doesn't work, okay. I didn't think it would. That's not going to work either because of that. Is that right? No, it's not, is it? Is that... No, that's still not the middle. Where's the middle? Why won't you go in the middle? Is that the middle? If we did that, put the engines on, we need some big landing gear. Oh, look at that. There we go. Like I'll tell anyone, don't buy anything high-end GPU with the 12 HW. They eat plugs. What is pinging? That's the email, isn't it? Apologies. I didn't think I had email open. There's email. Okay. Right, you can go away then. Don't need the email. Right. You know, if we're not careful, we'll actually play this game. Right. Where's that going to come down to? I think we're going to want that to come to the edge there so that we can have some thrust on the end of this. Let's take that off. No, I don't want 4. I want 2. I really wish that they would not rotate about that point. Okay. I want something to end on here. I mean, I suppose The lightweight. How heavy are these? How heavy are the ore things? That's 4 tons. How much is a fuel tank? Fuel. That's 28 tons. Okay, so if we change this round, right, and actually what are you doing? Hello, game? Did that. Why? I think I need to do that. And that, no? Fine, whatever, okay. Ah, Windows key. So that should have, there we go. Right, okay. Right, so I want those as saddle tanks. I don't want them to do any... Oh, good grave. Adverts. Okay. Now, if we put the angled one on, like that, that means that that can come down lower. Like that. Oh, we got adverts. Right. Tell you what, children these days, they watch some real rubbish. Back in my day, you had Danger Mouse, and you were happy and praised that you got to sit down and watch Danger Mouse. In fact, we actually used to go, Mum, Mum, Danger Mouse is on. We didn't even have that. We didn't even have that, Noz. You came home, you had TV. Let's put that up there. So TV was on. I think you had children's TV. Children's TV was on, I think, from maybe 3:30, maybe 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock. I think you had 2 hours of children's TV, and that was it. And that included Newsround, which was like the children's version of the news. From dinner to bed. Wow. No, so on a, I mean, there wasn't even breakfast TV when I was a kid. You basically had the radio in the morning. I don't know where. I don't know where this is. How this is going to land. Yeah, you're a lot younger than me. You're a lot younger than me. What do we put this on? Do you know what? I'm going to take this off. We're going to put 1 on. We're going to work on this 1. We'll work on this 1 and then we'll put multiple on. That looks about right. What are we going to put on? I want Kerbal Engineer. We're going to be around the Mun. Wrong button. Compact. Right, so if we're around the Mun, we want a vacuum engine. Vacuum engines have big bells. Vacuum 1000. And that's that blocked. So that's a thrust of 5. So in theory, actually, we only need 1. We'd only need 1. Can we scoot that in a bit? I don't like these landing legs. I don't like the... Actually, I guess what we could do is... If I... I mean, that's just going to look wrong. Good grief, come on. There we go, right. So we do that. That was the right way round. Okay. That's not what I want. Two will do for now. On a vector. Vector. That's 1,000. That gives me thrust weight of 3. I think it's, what's its ISP? 310, 315. So it's actually more efficient. Okay, so that's more efficient. Let's put that on that line there. That's on that line. So they're now the same. But here's where I have an issue. That's now just sticking over. Yeah, and that's moving the wrong way. Oh my life, right, okay. No? Okay, that'll work. If I do that, and then put you on, now you're in the right place, because now you're mirrored. That goes to there. Good, okay. I mean, yeah, not a fan. If I push that in there. No. What can I put? Maybe. Where's the engine? Is it Mark 3, isn't it? MK3. Do we not have the engine? There we go. We have the engine mount. So the engine mount goes on that way. If I do that, ooh, right, but that now means that I think that can come all the way down. If we do that to there, right? This time I want 1. Right, scooch you up, so that's there. Let's fold this in so we can get to the same place. Right, okay. So that line there has got to move back to there. Okay. So now if you start extended, go away. Where does that help us? That gives us quite a bit of clearance. Okay. Right, okay, it's if we do that, where's our route? Let's make that route. That is our route, okay. Yeah. So about there. So if we do that, you're not locked. I want both of you locked. You're both locked. That gives me 1,000 delta V. I need to launch with 1,000 delta V. Right, so I want to do... I don't know if this site still works, but let's give it a go. No, it's gone. No! Okay, SP. From Mun to Mun. Interesting, okay. From Kerbin to Kerbo stationary orbit. Well, I know, 80 kilometers. 80 kilometers to, what's that? Sphere of influence. That's orbit. So 580. I think that is. This is not the map I normally use. Duplicate that. There was one where you could click on what you wanted. No, that was the one. No, yeah, you used to click on it and it used to... Clicking on links at the moment. Let's go Mun. And I want to go Mun. Low orbit. 20 kilometers. What? No. According to this, I only need 26 meters per second. I need more than 26 meters per second to take off from the Mun. According to this, the one I'm looking at, take off from the Mun on the surface, go to low orbit around. What is our orbit around? It's something like let's say 80 kilometers for giggles. Yeah, according to this, I need 87 meters per second to take off from the Mun and to get into orbit. That's not right. That is definitely not right. 580 sounds about right. What is it with these calculators? They they don't actually help you. I like the one I used to have. You would say, I'm taking off from here, I'm going here, this is how much delta V you need. And then you could go, all right, let's add 10% contingency on that. Used to be a flag on that one. I'm so sad it doesn't work anymore. I don't think we've got anything in no, that one. What is that? I have no idea. Right. Where's KSP? KSP is there. So, look. So, okay. We can land. Great. We're going to need vectors for thrust. You can disappear. That's going to give us basically 9,000 liquid fuel. Yeah, okay. That should be good enough. Okay, so, and that gives us thrust weight of 5, which isn't bad. Kind of feel that I want that inside something, not like that. Okay, what if we did... Why are you not connect? Oh, because you're... Because of that. There's not added much on, is it? No. Mind you, there... Oh, no, that... Oh. No, I need those full. Let's make those full. Just for giggles. How much is that anyway? 1,500. I need to return 2 of those to get this mission done that we've got. Oh, we've got a small adapter, haven't we? What about... I tell you what, let's rotate this round. Then we can probably do the mirror. We've got this small one, haven't we? I don't understand what your problem is. What? Okay. What? I don't know. Don't ask me. Right, let's try again. Oh, good grief. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Gives me 2,000 delta V. That's plenty, and thruster weight of 3, which would get us into that almost be able to, well, we've got to add the drills on. Right, okay, so we're going to have drills. Now they have a heat, don't they, as well? Comet use, 500 base, okay. Power, optimum temperature, 100 kilowatts. Okay, so that's 250. That's 450. And I think these are 250 each. I think. Do I really need that much fuel? I just realised, are they angled in? What's my thrust doing? Go away! RCS build aid, engines. Thrust to weight 5. Torque. Why have I got torque? Why are you going to spin around? What? That doesn't make sense. Huh? Why is my weight going to move across? Because that's not locked. Okay. That gives me 2,000 delta V. That's enough to get into orbit around the Mun and find our thing and dock, I would say. I'm tempted to take that off though. And if we put that on, that way round, that's not enough. That's not enough. But if I do that, 1,600, no. Put a small one of those on. Like that. Then put one on. That. Do that. That's 1,500. 1,500 should be enough. That's full. That's full. Right. I would have said 1,500's enough. grandparent part, so it's connecting to that. It's connecting to the heaviest part, which is those two. Right, coupling. I'm kind of minded to dock in a non-conventional way. So not dock at that end, but dock in the middle. We don't have a probe or anything on this yet. Let's have that slightly proud. Ever so slightly proud. Put one of those on. What? Come on, hello. Hello? Put one of those on. I want one. Why does that look like there's more than one? Okay. I wanted to extend out, but that said, these robotic parts are they're just horrible. The thing I don't like about the robotic parts is that they drift. If I do that, yeah, no. I mean, I guess docking there isn't too bad. But where are we going to dock? Yeah, unfortunately it does. TF Richards, yeah. It's an old link, clearly. It's very annoying because I used to like it because you could click on one place and then you could click on another place and you could say this is where I'm starting and ending, and you could choose the different altitudes of where you were going. And it was like, yeah, okay, this is working. Great, it works. And then, see, then you knew roughly what you were aiming for. Now it's, now you've got to do all of this following lines on a tentacle, and it's like, nah. I mean, it kind of works, but I like the idea. I tell you what we could do. Right, let's take that off. I like the idea. Which Clampatron is that, though? I like the idea of there being... Oh, maybe that works better. I mean, it kind of works. And I can have it on either side, I guess. So if I did... Mark II. If I do 2, add you on. Actually, no. If I take you off, you'd be better if that, because then it's ha. What if I did this? Oh, too many buttons. If I did that.
We will kill it.
Jeez.
We will burn it. We will
Thanks,
mash
Mel.
it. We will trash it.
How you doing? Welcome along. Actually, that I'm happier with that concept. Don't play. What do you mean don't play? What? It did play. I heard it. I heard it. I mean, if you can't hear it, that's down to you, Mel. That's entirely down to you. You didn't hear it. Did you not hear it? Oh, look, we got the drone, Mark II drone now as well. We can put that on. There we go. Now we've got a drone. Nice. Do 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 do. That bot. I don't get why that bot is well. No, it's supposed to take your name, but what it seems to do is it looks at your name and anything that you put for the rocket jockey command, and I don't know why, because it works for others, but for the rocket jockey command it doesn't. But it's the same command, which is why I don't understand it doesn't work. And it takes what you say and puts it in the Twitch line. So the text variable, excuse me, is supposed to be your name, but the variable seems to take what you type in on the rocket jockey command. The rocket jockey command is very, very similar. Well, it's the same command. It's the same command, but with things bolted above and below as the normal shout out command. So, don't know. Super delayed, like 1 minute. I haven't dropped any frames this end, so it's not me. So I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes the bot just takes a while. It is 1 million lights. I'm now looking over on my browser over here, which is not where I want to look, for for the next bits. Which would be that. No, that's a bit too aggressive. Especially as we're already doing that anyway. Right, okay. I want to move that back then so that it's more there, more in line. Right, so we've now got 1600. Uh, 1600. That should be enough. Right, we're going to need power generation. I've got RTG. Okay, so I want. Let's do thermal. This is where I want something else. You got a 40-second buffer. Wow. Why are you not? That's better then. That's quite a long buffer. No, 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 no. Let me take the thing off. Yes, I want to get rid of that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Eight, 6 bay. Okay, if we do that, now we do the thermal system. I don't know if this is going to work. This is a ISRU in place. ISRU for the MUN to land, drill, and then refuel the station. Yeah, the MUN gateway. Okay, that's not going to work. The challenge is always trying to make it look good as well. That's just a container, isn't it? And it's too small. So that's payload. Payload is what I want. Again, that's just a container. Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Oh, hello. How much do you weigh? 2 tons. Space! Yes, it is for space. What can you What can you take, though? Inventory. Okay, you can just take stuff like that. Oh, that doesn't help. You're not helping. Yeah, no, because I'm using routine delivery or whatever it's called. So what I do is I'll land it, it will mine, and then rather than me calling it up, rather than me launching it and docking it, I can just go, right, launch, and it will, in the background, it will automatically launch, come along and dock, which means that I'm not having to do boring, laborious supply missions over and over and over and over again, because frankly they're not fun and interesting to watch. That's the plan anyway, or that was the idea. Oh, that might work. Huh. I mean, you know, I do have one on the Mun that does that, and it's got a very small amount of delivery. But then it's the whole, again, it's then you've got to have, you're trusting the physics of the game that you're not gonna, well, I mean, I've had bases and they just disappear through the floor, and I'm trying to get away from that. I don't like these here. I like the fact that the door opens. That's good. I'm trying to remember, Mel, with the radiators, if you've got the deployable radiators, is it can be anywhere on the vessel, or is it like one step away? So if it's here, I've got to have the radiators on here. I can't remember what the rules are with the... I can't remember what the rules are. Transfer weight, 10%. Cools up to 4 times temp part. Part temperature. Cools up to 4 times part temperature. And I've got to have batteries somewhere. I've got to have power somewhere. Yeah, I think these bits, I think these type of radiators, I think they have to be attached directly, and then I think these radiators can be attached elsewhere. But again, I don't know. And I think you're right regarding the branch. I'm pretty sure you're right regarding the branch. Yeah, that should go in. In fact, that might be 2. too much. What I'm thinking is I can put a little service. $1.5, 2.5. Why do I keep losing things? Look, just attach. Thank you. Okay, if we then move that, squidge those down a bit. Don't know. Oh, I hate the way that looks. Let's actually put an antenna on as well, just so that we definitely have comms. Good grief, there we go, finally. Fine, we'll leave that there. I'm not going to faff with it too much. Pulled from Reddit, 10-year-old post. 2-stat rad is partly connected to. Oh, that's good. Okay, that's excellent. That makes life even easier then. No. I wanted that bit. If I do that. Okay. Thanks, Joji. Didn't we do your one the other day? Hello, I found a button again. Are we building a refinery? Yes, we are. Welcome to the stream. I'm guessing we didn't then. What are we having today? Dead fish or banana and strawberry smoothie today. Banana and strawberry smoothie. Nice. Thank you for the resub there. Joji, what's that? 62 months. Wow. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a while. It has. Right, how much do you generate? You generate 32, don't you? 24. So effectively 100. So, well, I'll tell you what. Generated 93. Power consumed. That's not ideal. Okay. If I put another one there, it's going to clash, isn't it? If I take those off, put those down there. Like that. They should be all right. Little clarification. The static radio panels are much more efficient than deployable, but they have to be either attached to the part you want or share the same parent part. Look at the required cooling numbers. Each component, add those up. On the radiators, the important number is core heat transfer, because on the radiators, the important number is core heat transfer. Yeah, which was because you got a bunch. So 250 watts. Right, so they're 100 watts. That's 250. So we've got 450 watts in theory of power of heat generation. And we've got basically we've got come on, brain. We've got a megawatt of cooling, so we should be fine. Power is a problem though. So very up to date, absolutely. It's the most up to dated. Right. Up to dated information that we could request. Boing adverts. Right, I'm going to take the opportunity to go and use the facilities. And I will be back in a minute. You know what?
The automatic
Pressing the BRB button when you come back from BRB doesn't work really, does it? Okay. Right. That's really annoying that I can't move that. So we need more power. More power. So the question here, right, if I put fuel cells on.
And now a word from our sponsors. Blue.
Do you know, I knew it was going to do that one. Thanks, Dragons. Okay. We need some normal solar panels. So these are solar panels for generating power when we're mining. Okay. Let's configure these. I think these are automatic, aren't they? Automatic fuel cell. Right. So you'll come on when the power is at 15%. Make that 20%. Okay, and then it will turn off at 85%. Okay. Seem to have lost game sounds. I don't know if that's just me. Yeah, I've lost game sounds. I can't hear any game sounds. That is, oh, the mouse, that's why. saying the mouse wheel feels funny. It's because I think the rubber's. It's not a new mouse. Oh, it's muted. Why is it muted? Oh, because I pressed the BRB button. And I pressed the... Right, yeah, that makes sense. Let's put them on this line. Right, they're not going to generate power, though, when we're down on the surface. And we need batteries. Where do we put... I mean, I've got that area there. It feels silly to let it go to waste. But at the same... Oh, we've got rechargeable. Oh, we got the tiddly little batteries. Okay. I need big bar batteries. Where can I put you that looks... I mean, I guess I can do that. Tell you what. Take you off. Radio. Da, 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 da. How much battery is that now? Full charge, that's only 4,600. I need some big batteries. I need some big batteries. So we're going to call this MUN ISRU drone. Well, that might not be a MUT drone. Yeah, it should, the game sound should have come back for you now, hopefully. 1.0 whip. It's back, excellent. Okay. Okay, so save rockets. Okay. So that's 4,000. I want to go and see if... So we did MUN. We did... Oh! Exclamation mark, join! If you want to fight in the dungeon. You can go away. You can go away. Come back. Right. Come back, Chuck. I need to get rid of that command. I keep meaning to. Actually, it's stream elements, so I should be able to just do it. Stream elements. Where's the bot? Chat bot. Chat to commands. That was very bright. Custom commands. Join. Turn that off. Okay. Well, that's fixed that problem. That was easy. Okay, let's go back there. Too many orbits. No, we don't want that. That's fine. Minmus. I don't think we've got any scientists at Minmus. So we might have data, but I don't think we've got any science. That was a bit delayed, Joji. I don't think you got in. Or did it just disappear? Because it's not here anymore. I don't know what happened. Or did I die and Mill made it out? Oh, we're back in. Okay. There you go. So you don't have to, Mill, because you started the dungeon. Come on, game. There we go. We've got no science. I can send 125 science home. If I transmit that, no, we've already. That's not going to help. But I don't have any science on board. Okay. Basically, I need a probe to go, a drone to go here. So we've deployed it, but we've never actually sent anybody here. And I'm confused as to why it doesn't have any science. I'm sure I would have sent science. Okay. Space Center. So, no is the answer. So I'm going to have to make do with what I've got. I could do what I did last time. Make like a trellis, a lattice to go along the side. Put the batteries on that. Wow, we're having all the dungeons. Sorry if you're watching this on replay on the VODs or on YouTube. Unfortunately, you won't be able to join. Hey, Boulder. Including into the radius. What the heck is that? Where's my ship? I did save my ship, didn't I? Oh, you are kidding me. Did I not save the ship? There it is. Okay. Getting worried then. Apparently you streamed something called Into the Radius. That's why I was asking the question. Okay, so we now have... It's a VR game. Ah, okay. 8,000. That's not going to last very long. That's not going to last very long when we go into... I thought it was a night time. That's on Curvin still. That's on the Mun. We're only generating 192. Full charge in 3 minutes. Time in darkness 15. Wow, another dungeon. Okay. Exclamation mark join. Can I turn those? Yeah, let's turn those off. Depletes in 1 minute. Wow. Even with the fuel cells on. We need a metric ton of batteries. Or I need very big batteries. And that's just not going to cut it, is it? Killed by an hawk. Oh dear. I want that times 4. Dun, dun, dun. Confused. One more onto the breach, dear friends. Once more. So that will work there. Fiddly-doo-dahs. Right, okay. Problem is, that goes the other way, doesn't it? I've got nothing that size. Confirm that there's full damage. Oh dear. Oh dear. So that's in line with that. Okay, right. Let's put some power on this. Right, that has what? Guess it ain't your day to go adventuring. Apparently not, no. 400. That doesn't tell me how much that stores, though. I'm going to assume not much. That's 100. Do you know what might work better? If I do that once, of course that's just too long. No, don't do that. Okay. What? Why can't you make your bleeding mind up? Okay. Let's turn that off again. Depleted in 4 minutes now. We've got to last at least 15 minutes. Power consumed. Okay, everything. Yeah, okay. 2 minutes. Jeez. That is a bit of a problem. No. I didn't want that button. Right, let's do this trick again. Don't know why you're doing that, but okay. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? Nope. Nope, nope, nobody, nope. Okay. That doesn't really work, but if I rotate it, no. I rotate that way. Now are you going to work? Aha. Okay, so now if I roll you that way, Um. I don't want it clipping. There's some things I want it to clip with and other things I don't. So that should be fine. Okay. Of course it goes the wrong way round. Can I... Okay, that would work. Too much going on. Retract that. Go away. Don't. Okay, go away. Stop. Think that. No. Okay. But now they've disappeared under here. That is not in the least bit annoying, honest. Will now be depleted in 17 minutes. Now that's okay as long as we're fully charged. As long as we're fully charged. That's all right. As long as we're fully charged, that's okay. Right, okay. Right. But what is going on? Why are we... Because you're not locked again. There we go. Okay. Why is there 200 kilonewtons of torque to make us flip over? That doesn't... Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see why. But hang on. Okay. Oh, look. Ha! 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 Not sure how that works, but okay. Not entirely sure how that works, but you know, far be it for me to I don't know. Right. So 171 has now gone. Oh, I've just realised I don't actually have. Hey, Ice King, how you doing? Peep says a link there to Ice King. He does this, the space stuff as well. You don't have a very good view from inside that cockpit. Is all I'm going to say. It's true, once you do it, it sort of gets you. It's not a... It's work. Yes. Yes. Okay, if yeah. To dry. No, that's center of mass. I'm going to need some SAS on this to stop this from wiggling all over the show. Didn't consider that, did I? Forgot that. Guess I get rid of that. What is your major malfunction? There we go. You go there. You go there. So now I've got some SAS at the lever point. I'm going to need some RCS. Oh, I've just had a thought. Power consumed, power generated. It'd be nice to be able to turn all of these off in one go. I don't think you can. Right, and then we turn, it's only 36. What, now my... Huh? Now I'm depleted in 4 minutes. Whereas before, it wasn't 4 minutes. What? Huh? Oh, okay. Right, okay. So if I'm only generating... I'm going to be on the moon for 6 days in darkness. That is a problem. That is a problem. Depleted in 22 minutes. But how much? The next question is, how much fuel do they drain? How much fuel do they drain? So it's fully charged in 12 minutes. That's fully charged in 50 minutes. So with everything running, assuming we're not fully running the ISRU for everything, yes? My dinner has arrived. I have waffles and sausage roll, which is fine because I asked for something that I can just yum, yum, yum. Right, okay. So that would still generate power, even with only the solar, even with only the fuel converters. And then that depends on, that's going to depend on how much fuel they use right. 0.02. So that's going to be 0.08. And how much can you produce? How much do you produce? Okay, so we're going to be using 0.08, but excuse me, 0.08 of, so basically we're going to be 0.3 liquid fuel per second and about 0.4 liquid fuel per second, oxidizer. So it's still going to run and generate. Okay, so we should be good. Right, what do we need? I am tempted to raise that out a little bit because that does seem a little bit silly there. No? Excuse me. now I don't like this. Let's take that off. Where is it? Aerodynamics. But I'm also, generally speaking, it's a bit too sharp, and it's different colours. But I think it does close that off. So we got plenty of Delta V to take off and get into orbit, to dock with our station, even loaded with ore and fuel. If I undo this, that moves that up, doesn't it? Yeah. Which makes sense. Okay. We don't know how these legs are going to do. There's quite a lot of weight. Do want to dampen the strength all the way up though. Okay. Just for giggles. There's something weird going on there. Tholan 1000, thank you very much. You got a raid and run, but you need to... No worries. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. What were you doing? You were doing Stationeers. Appreciate the raid there. Welcome, everyone. People, if you don't already, then go give Tholan a follow. This time doing Stationeers, but I'm pretty sure done Archean in the past and done some very interesting coding mechanics. So go give them the follows. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Red Munchkin Gaming. Apologies, I'm in the middle of eating dinner and trying to play KSB. We're making an ISRU a drone miner for the Mun. So Maniac, Killian, Manic, there we go, Killer. Welcome, how you doing? I always get your name wrong the first couple of times. Welcome, how you doing? SW Joker, how you doing? Did I see somebody else? No. But welcome in, how you doing? Right, we're just going to test this. This is a rocket. Save that. Right. I still do it. Yeah, it's the first time because I'm a Manic Killer. But then I look Maniac. You know, it's me. What do you expect? Come on, KSP. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh dear. Right, but we're on the engines. Are we on the engines? No, we're not. We're just off the engines. Oh. Not good. Why are we wobbling? It's these. They're not very grippy, are they? Yeah, they're not very grippy. See, this is the thing that really worries me in KSP is this. I mean, I don't know if I add grip pads to the bottom of these, if that's going to make any difference. The drills... I'm still sliding, even with the drills going. This is what always worries me. Okay, so we're cooling at 16.69%. We're only at... Can we dump the fuel? Can't dump it, can I? That's not annoying at all. What about if I put the engines on? There we go. Oh dear. That's not good. That's only cooling at 16%. You see 3 water bottles with fins and legs, yes. That is not a bad assessment. So we're going to shut down because we can't cool. It is 3. It's just it is 3. So how do we effectively cool this then? Is that more solar? Is that more... Is it going to be cooler? No. I would have thought it would have been more efficient in an atmosphere. Interestingly, our thruster weight is close to 1. Oh, but we're 100% anyway. So 65. Electrical power, unsurprisingly. Oh. I wonder if at night it's going to be better. Oh, look, our cooling is actually improving. Because it's night time, it's not picking up solar gain now. Right, does that mean... So my efficiency is now 18% in climbing. So does that mean that we're actually going to cool it better? Is that going to get up high enough to drop it? I don't think it is. But that has stabilized. Are these? How are these? So they're fine. So if we just do one of them running, .21, 0.2, okay, he's going back 0.3. Oh no, there we go. Let's look at liquid fuel. That's what we want to look at. Got ads in 5 minutes. Okay. So if we're 100% efficient, which we're close enough to, we are generating 0.2 fuel per second. If I then run liquid fuel as well, that's going to generate more heat. Oh, but look, now I'm generating 0.6. So generating liquid fuel by itself is 0.4. Wow, running them separately generates more than running them together. But we generate a lot more heat. So we need more cooling. Okay, we need more cooling. All right, okay. Revert flight spaceplane hangar. Where's the ISIU? ISI. Required cooling 200 kilowatts. But it doesn't say it's 200 kilowatts per thing, but also these aren't very efficient in atmosphere. I expected radiators to be more efficient in atmosphere than in vacuum. What is transfer rate 10%? What does transfer rate mean? Don't know what transfer rate means. I mean, I know what transfer rate is, but I don't know what it means in relation to this. Small or large? That's not going to connect onto that, is it? No. Why? I can't attach onto the ISIU directly. Oh, you're being a pain. Surface attachment. Okay, that's... Cannot attach anything onto there. Literally, I cannot attach anything onto there either. Really? That seems incredibly dumb. I mean, that's one step away. Don't like the bit sticking out. I don't know if that's going to work. More ads. Yay. More ads on Twitch. Whoopie-doo. I mean, I'm kind of inclined to grab another one. And do that. What I don't like is how that looks. Now I bet. No, okay, you're fine. You don't clash. We'll put the spring strength up though. We found we need that. I'm going to move you up a smidge as well. Okay. Let's give that a go then. Rockets. I mean, I suppose technically it's actually a lander, isn't it? Technically it's a lander. Right. Hello, go away. Grab that. Right, let's launch it. Again, that sounds very scrapey. You're still running at 16%. Activate all the radiators then. Ad break finished. Yay! Right. I want to know what you're doing. I want to know what you're doing. Now I want you to run as well. Right. Oh, I need the fuel, don't I? Well, I don't know. I don't know that I'm actually seeing. I'm seeing a different distance difference. I don't know if I'm actually seeing a difference in the cooling. I mean, if I turn the radiator off, I think it got to about 80%, 83%, didn't it? About 165, I think it levelled off at. Or maybe it was 185. Oh, and you're not even running. And that's fine. Oh. And again, so that's cooling, and so those are fine for cooling. But the convertitron, I don't know. If I turn off radiators, is that going to make a big difference? I should have put these on an action group, shouldn't I? I don't think those radiators are making much difference at all. It's making a difference to the drills, but not the ISRU. Oh, one radiator's made a big difference. Two radiators. Okay, now it's just going up. Now it's coming down again. So the radiators are making a difference. If I close this off. Right, that drops really quickly now. Turn that off. If I turn one on, so with those radiators attached, all four running, I'm going to turn the game down because it's just annoying noise. So with the four radiators attached, it makes a difference, right? If I extend this radiator, if I turn these radiators off, the temperature's going to climb. So two radiators off, temperature's not climbing. 3 off. Not climbing. So one radiator attached will cool that for one. If I have another one running, then you have a problem. If I start another radiator, okay, weird. So that's 3 radiators running now. Well, I don't understand that. So all 4 radiators are running, and it can't cope with 2 things running. But it's fine with that. If I only have, I've only got liquid fuel running, 1 was enough. If I'm generating oxidizer, 1 is enough. Well, 4 is fine. Okay, turn that off. So, only making oxidizer, 1 radiator works. I start both of those. So it's making both. That's enough. But the drills are going up, which makes sense because we know that they need to be attached or one adjacent. One adjacent, okay. And these, if this panel runs, then the drills are fine. Yeah, one radiator down here running is the drills fine. Okay, let's stop the drills. Stop the drill. Right, okay. So we've got no drills running, we've only got the ISRU running. We've got 1 radiator running. So 1 radiator making monoprop can't cope. It is slowly... Hang on, am I misreading that? I've got no radiators running. And that temperature's going up. what is going on? The efficiency is dropping, even though I've got 4 radiators running. Okay, let's get a large panel. Is it actually now I've got too much cooling? Have I now got too much cooling? One, two. One. Yeah, okay, let's move that over there. So that's those. Do they have different heating characteristics? Where am I? Wow, lots of data. Let's turn atmospherics off actually. Drag. Arrow. Okay, turn that off. Now what am I finding out? There's a lot going on there. Right. The core temperature is dropping because it's dumping heat generally because it's in air. What have we got? Core energy, part energy, goal energy, difference. Is it soaking into the ship? Internal temperature, skin, mass thermal, conductive flux, convective flux, radiative. So it's conducting and convecting. Okay. My thermal efficiency is 100%. It's not climbing. I have none of my radiators are on. None of my radiators are on. One minute it's not working. That's cooling. Okay, if I put, okay, let's put the big radiator, large panel, thermal control system. Retract radiator. Oh, radiators on. Okay. Right. Okay. That radiator is working. So that radiator is working. If I retract it, the temperature's going up. Right. But that wasn't working just now. I'm sure that wasn't working just now. Okay, let's retract the radiator. Let's activate that radiator then. The temperature's still going down. We've got a radiator running, right? If I now start ISRU monoprop, well, we've got nowhere for the monoprop to go. Okay. If I stop that, liquid fuel, so we're generating liquid fuel at 0.4. Okay, and I would do oxidizer. Okay, the temperature goes up. We've got 2 radiators running. 3 radiators running. 4 radiators running. And how does that work? How is that working? One radiator can cope quite happily with one of the ISRUs running, or one factory within the ISRU running. So it can run with any one resource production switch turned on. Any one radiator can cope with that. With any resource. But as soon as I have 2 resources going, no matter how many radiators I have, it can't cope. Now I get it depends on the environment, discount. I get it depends on the environment, but this is what I don't understand, right? One radiator can cope with one resource being generated. Liquid oxygen and, so liquid oxygen and oxidizer, or liquid fuel, or oxidizer. Right, so one of those 3, one radiator can cope with, and that's an attached radiator. Okay. I turn on a second resource. So now I'm making liquid fuel as one line and making oxidizer as another line, right? 4 radiators cannot cope. 4 attached radiators cannot cope. And then I've got 8 extendable radiators as well, and that cannot cope. So one resource being run, any one of the radiators work. With 2 resources running, the radiators seem to not be able to cope with the load. Right? So we're kind of leveling out here. It's 0.01 every second or so. If I extend this radiator, it's not making a change to the rate of temperature change. I don't know if you can see that. Why are you appearing on that chat but not in my ground control? That makes no sense at all. Unless you've disconnected as well. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Unless this is disconnected. Let me just start this again. And now it's working. No, I don't think it's your end, discount. I don't think it's your end. So it's stabilised. I might as well have just one radiator. So one radiator on the entire ship. Wow, really? What internet have you got, discount? Wow, are you on mobile or something? You should be. I'm only at 1080. What speed internet do you have, for crying out loud? And what? Why am I? Hey, what? What is going on?
What a wonderful death. What a wonderful death.
That's
what a wonderful death.
What? I pressed the wrong button. Oh well, never mind. Might be quicker if I was. What, dead? I seemingly pressed wrong buttons there for some reason. I don't know what was going on. It's very weird. I now have one radiator running. It's one of these radiators at the top is running, and it's at 82%. In fact, you've had to throttle the boy. But wow, I mean, I'm still questioning what internet are you on? I mean, I'm on. I think I'm on 250 down. You're on copper. Well, I'm on copper. The last mile. I mean, it's fibre to the cabinet, but it's copper from the cabinet to my house. And they had to, and actually it's coax. It's coax from the box, and they had to run the cable in, so. 2 tin cans and a piece of string. Makes me wonder. He's on SneakerNet, that's what he's on, not Ethernet, SneakerNet. surely that's... I must be misunderstanding something here. Because that would suggest a bug. Like all the radiators aren't being taken into account. Or if you put them on in symmetry, they don't count as individual radiators. Or when you put them on in symmetry and you turn one on, they all turn on. Is a penalty turn on more than one process? Is that documented or is that a guess discount? Because hear me out, right? One radiator can run one process on the ship. So it would extend that two radiators can run two processes. But I don't have two radiators. I have 12 radiators on this craft. 12 radiators running can't seemingly cope with an ISRU running more than one process. Add a second converter running second process of the first and try again. So what you're saying is run put a second ISRU on and have that running. Okay, yeah, why don't we give that a go? Oh my god, the noise though, driving me, now that it's gone. But, okay, and if that works, then that works. But why? What's the root cause? What is the root cause for that? What is the rationale behind that? Why does that happen? What was the logic in the developers writing the code decision? Was that a decision that, yes, you can only run one ISRU to do one process? In which case, only let me press one button. Or is it something that's been overlooked? X to the power of 2 heat rather. Yes, yeah. But even then, if I've got two processes running, if I've got, okay, do the math for me here, discount. If I've got something running at 250 kilowatts, and then it's to the power of 2, what is that? A big number. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. Jeez. Okay. I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, 62,500. But what's the logic behind that? Why did the developer choose to do to the power of 2 rather than just adding the heat process. So 62,000, I'm never going to call that. And also, here's the thing. Why does it reach equilibrium? Why does it reach equilibrium then? Why does it stop generating heat? Because it would just keep generating heat. I'd like to see the maths. I'd like someone to explain the maths to me. No. It's self-regulating. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh! Keep catching the blooming Windows key. Keep going to hit the... Why? Just... Okay, now we've got an electrical problem. But power consumed, converters. So we're not. So we're going to have liquid fuel and oxidizer. Right, so we're going to be depleted in 29 minutes. That's funny. That's funny. Adding the second ISRU. Okay, so what are we out by? 21-ish. No. Will you make your mind up? The other day it was 6 hours. Oh, it's because yes. I was going to say, right. What? Why were you telling me 6 days? What the hell we... It was telling me it was 6 days in darkness. What? 3 hours? Apparently, if you're sitting on the sun, You get 3 hours of darkness a day. Yeah, it's fine. You can land on the sun as long as you do it at night. As evidenced here. As evidenced by here, it's fine. You can land on the sun as long as it's nighttime. This said 6 days on something earlier for depletion. Oh, hang on. No. 6 days. Time in darkness was 6 days. Yeah, because it's not that makes the difference. What the hell? What was this selected that told me I was in darkness for 6 days? And I was thinking, well, okay, maybe if it's tidally locked, which would make sense, because I'm sure it isn't it. I'm sure it's tidally locked, isn't it? The Mun's tidally locked, isn't it? Or is it? Oh, God. Nothing. Ike is. So why is this telling me I'm in darkness for 15 minutes? But it's tidally locked to... What's Ike around? Ike is around Duna. Is it? Oh, God. I don't know. I'm questioning everything. That's what I thought. So why is this now telling me... There we go. Right, okay. That makes more sense. It's like, this is just not making sense. That makes sense now. Right, okay, so... Sometimes I think I'm losing my marbles and then I realise I'm not. I'm just doing it wrong. Where's it gone? Is that it? There it is. You know what? That's not going to work, is it? No. Okay. Dun dun dun! Hey Resenda, how you doing? Thank you very much for the raid, appreciate that. Hope you're well. You were doing Alpha Centauri today, nice. Did you win? That's the question. Did you win? Did you succeed? It's interesting. Look at the difference. Oh, because... Okay. Right, so now 1, 0, 6 days, full charging. Right, so we now will be chewing through fuel at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, 1. Okay, no, I'm running head on. No, I'm running head on a mechanic that they likely removed from Civ franchise. I'm confused by that. No, I'm running head on into a mechanic that they luckily removed from the Civ franchise. The end is stacking into units. Or, I think that's what you're saying. I think. I could be lost. Right, okay. So they just go dunk, 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 dunk. And it looks like 1 unit and there's 1,000 units. Wow. Okay. Right. Let's give this a go then. Yeah, part of me thinks this is a bug. Because why give me the option of running multiple things simultaneously? Why not just let me choose which one I want to run? Oh, wow. 20 more units. Yeah. That's going to be a problem. Right. Okay. So that radiator is turned off. That radiator is turned off. These are on. Let's retract that. Right, so I've got nothing cooling at all. Right, nothing cooling. Why has this got more information? Why has that radiator got more information than all the others? Because that's running. Okay. Maybe. I don't understand why that's got information and that doesn't. Right, okay. So I've got one radiator running. Two convertertrons. I'm going to peg this one this time, or pin this one. Right, so I've got one radar running. Right. Remove from symmetry. Start liquid fuel. Efficiency goes up. Okay, and it comes down. Now, if I turn the radiator on, That's not going to work because it's on the wrong radiator. Turn that radiator on. Do you know what? In fact, let's do that. Let's have this one. So that one radiator down there is cooling that now and is able to cope with that. Turn liquid oxygen on. Okay. That one is still going up. Okay, if I turn this off, right, that's now being cooled. Right, so 2 ISRUs running. Two ISRUs running. They're generating more heat than one radiator can cope with. Okay. But not by much. If I extend that, so 2 medium radiators are enough to cope with 1 ISRU running, doing different things. So I've got one, so I'd have to have 62 radiators on to cool 1 ISRU doing 2 things. So at the moment, I'm generating the same amount of liquid fuel and liquid oxidizer as 2 ISRUs running liquid oxygen and liquid fuel. Yes. So this is stupid the way they've done this then. Right? It would make more sense to say that's 250, that's 250, that's 250, and that's 250. So if you're running all of that together, you need to have a kilowatt of cooling. Or say you can only have one of these 4 options at a time. It's never going to change now unless there's a mod. But that strikes me as not making sense, especially as we have fuel tanks that we can choose different types of fuel. You can have options of this fuel, that fuel, you know, different fuels. So why can't we just have the option to have one of those? That's really annoying. Because I could see myself in the future going, yeah, I want monoprop at the same time. I mean, I've got nowhere for monoprop to go, so it's not going to make any difference. So if that's the case, I need one for the drills, and I need one. Well, I don't even need these. Do I? Because that's not going to do any difference. Right, I expect this to be a problem. That's 500. That shouldn't work. Oh, that's a radiator up there running. There should be no radiators up here on. Well, there is a radiator inside, isn't there? Move the camera there. That's not on. And that's not on. Okay. So, yeah, I have 2 radiators running. Are they more efficient because they're in the atmosphere? That would make sense. That says cooling 3 of 3. Cooling of is that cooling efficiency? It says 6 parts. 1, 2, 3. Well, there's 4 parts that you'd be cooling. I'm still. So when it says cooling 24%, is that bonus? Or it's only cooling at that percentage? It's that efficient. It's only 20% efficient. If it's only 20% efficient, it's only going to be dumping 50 kilowatts of heat. But we're generating 700 kilowatts of heat. Well, that's the way I would read it, discount. But we know that this supposedly generates 250. Each one of these convertitrons. It says it generates 250. Right? We've got ads. Right, I'll be back in a minute. BRB. And so I press the BRB button. That makes no sense. All the parts have skin temperature, so the whole ship is lunar and gaining heat, but the rads do it much better. Yeah, what I'm wondering here is, I can cheat. I tell you what. We've got Apparently we've got no Delta V. 2000 Delta V, okay. For simulation purposes, where's the one that puts you in an orbit? Set orbit, okay. Round the mun. I just want to get it down. Right. Oh, that's perfect. Right. Can we? Where are we coming down? No, I want to come down where we are. We've got enough fuel. Do you know what? For the purposes of... Right, remind me, chat, all right? Remind me, I've got those turned on. I just want to come straight down. You call hacks. Well, I mean, you know, you're not entirely wrong. $25K. What? That's better. You spin me right round me. Right. It's like, but, oh God. I think I've messed this one up. We're just testing. We're simulating. We're trying to figure out what's going on. I want to know that this is going to work before I send it to the mum. Reminder, you got these on. Thanks, Mel. Retrograde. we shall allow it to use all fuel. Oh look, I'm doing a discount. I'm not using action groups. It's really wiggling, isn't it? Why are you wobbling so much? Keeps you occupied. Yes. Why are we? Because our center of mass is slightly off with our center of thrust, is my guess. Oh, hang on. What's that attached to then? Did I not? Oh, there isn't one there. Okay. Right, suicide burn in 6 kilometers. Right, let's set this to surface this time. Why are you are really wobbling, aren't you? Hey Linux, how you doing? Peeps, there's a link there to Linux. There you go. Go do the following thing. Yeah. Who was that? Linux, thank you. I'm guessing we're doing so much wibbly wobbly because we're not directly in line, but you're lurking, no worries. You do the lurky thing. If we had RCS, touchdown. Reasonably flat as well, so I'll take it. Right, okay. So, ISRU 1, ISRU 2, radiator, radiator, and big radiator. Right, okay, let's get you going. Start liquid fuel, start oxidizer. Bah. Oh, flippity flips. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Right, okay. So now we're burning fuel, right. And our heat is going up. So if I turn on one radiator, that's cooling that. Nice. Okay, so we know that that works. Shut down that. If I turn that radiator on. I'd really like to not be sliding across the floor, please. You know, if that's at all possible. I'd really like not to be sliding across the floor. Yeah, I know the engine's on. The engine's on because I needed something to burn fuel. Because otherwise the ISRUs didn't... I had too much fuel. And so there was nowhere for the ISRUs to put the fuel. So they weren't heating up. Right, so that drill's not running. Neither drill is running. Okay. So at the moment, one little radiator is not coping. Two radiators is coping. I don't understand what AR cooling parts 94 is now, because before that was 6. And our cooling percentage, is that how much load it's under? But that wouldn't make sense, because if I turn that off, it can't cope again. So 40% is going to be... 20% is going to be what? 40 kilowatts? Something like that? 40, 50 kilowatts? So this, the long and the short of it is, this will work. But I don't need anywhere near the amount of radiators I've got on it. Now for giggles. That can't cope. Okay. So that definitely can't cope. Right, that's okay. So if I start the drill, %, 100%. That temperature's still dropping, and that's fine. So 2 radiators for 2 ISRUs and 2 drills. But if I turn that on, so I have one ISRU generating everything, it goes up. As we expect, so with all of my radiators, well, all of these radiators running, it can't cope. So yeah, I think it should be a plus. I think in the code, I think the code should be plus. This plus, because the power seems to be, right? So where's my power? So I've got electric infinite power at the moment, haven't I? Right, so we are pulling 50, call it 54, right? So if I stop that, 54, that's 12. It's about 10 to 12, right? Yeah, so the power is incremental. Power is incremental. Heat is exponential. So 250 times, to the squared. So 250 times 250 times 250 times 250. Are we actually producing any ore? I don't know if we're actually producing any ore. Ore rate, 0.9. Okay. That's what I suspect. I suspect there's a times in the code rather than a plus. Tired and need some sleep. No worries, mate. Thanks for coming along, Judgy. Oh, wow. I didn't even realise the time. So, okay, I need either one ISRU doing the danger of KSP time flies. Sometimes it really can. So that efficiency is going up. Let's turn the engines off, actually. So we're putting... .7 and 0.6. Why is this also, look? Why? Game. So electrical charge is dropped by, mind you, we haven't got any solar panels out. Let's turn off thermal now. Okay. Let's turn off electrical. I've turned off electrical power, haven't I? Yes. So we're using 14 at the moment. Okay, so we're recharging. Oh, it had two running. Okay. I missed that completely. That would be why. Hang on. Let's stop that as well. Right, okay. Stop, 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 stop. Naught 0.9 because I've got one running. Hang on, what? Between them. What service? What does this mean? 0. So it's 0.09. So, but if they're both doing 0.09, why is that 0.09? Shouldn't that be 0.18? Or is that in total for all drills? I don't understand this either. Look. So 0.9, 0.95, 0.095, right? If you halve that, that's going to be something like 0.4542, something like that. So that's what I'm getting there. And surface, why is this? What is this? What does this mean? So with two of them going, I'm getting 0.09, which is what I can get.
Priority 1 broadband distress signal.
Uh-oh.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert!
Automatic defense procedures initiated.
There we go. Good evening, Heavy Metal, Lava Lamp, and somewhere in there, Urban. How you doing? I'll wait for Urban to say something because I know what it's like. You come into the raid.
Welcome to the Munch Bunch.
Raj Luthra, I think that is. Thank you very much for the follow. How you doing? Hello, hello. There we go. Peeps, there is a link there to Urban. He does the streamy thing. And I have to say, he does it rather well. So you should go and give him the follows. Especially if you enjoy things like the Kerbals. Definitely. How you doing? I saw you doing KSP. Did you win? What were you up to today? How did your broadcast go? We are arguing. You're from the southeast of England. Excellent. Well done. I am from the southeast shape of England as well. I'd say me and Eve are 50-50 right now. You was torturing Eve. What? In what way? You were litho breaking into Eve? I am struggling to get my head round some mechanics within the game that either I have forgotten or I never knew. I'm convinced that if it was a game decision, I can understand why they've done it. You were Starship Super Heavy on Eve. Wow, okay. Fair play to you. Is it your own starship, or is it a mod? I'm guessing you've built your own because it's you. I'm playing with ISRUs. I am using mods. If you do ! KSP mods. It should give you a list, I think. It should give you a list. ! KSP mods, I think, is the command. Did that not work? Doesn't look like anything's come up, does it? The very inefficient launch profile that gratuitously wastes fuel, merely so you can use rockets again. Why did you have to put that in a second time for it to work? That doesn't make sense. I am playing with building a single fuel tanker that does the ISRU and then will fly up, refuel the we're calling it MUN gateway. You push the wrong button. Okay. That's my problem all the time. I'm trying to get my head around stuff. So in my head, each resource is 250 kilowatts of heat. That's fine. I can cope with that. 250 kilowatts of heat. That's absolutely fine. And in theory, and the power is 30 power units or watts or whatever it is we're calling it per second. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. We can cope with that. If you have two resources running, that's 2 lots of 30, which is 60, which makes sense. However, you don't generate another 250 kilowatts of heat. We're guessing, we don't actually know how much, we're guessing that it's to the power of 2 or 250 times 250. And so we're guessing that for every... can only remove so much core heat from the ISRU. Yeah, no, I get that. One radiator. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, Lava Lamp. One of these radiators down here will happily run this ISRU and this ISRU. Well, look, let me show you. Just to make sure I'm not losing my marbles as well. Oh no, tell a lie. I think we had two panels running, I think. Right, let's stop this. Right. So the only heat that should be being produced or expelled, right? I want to understand what this value means as well. Okay. But ISIU1 producing liquid fuel. Heat goes up. Well, we're at thermal efficiency 100%. That's fine, right? We're good. Start oxidizer on this side. We're good. So one will cope with 2 ISIUs running. Right? So one radiator can soak the heat from 2 ISIUs. Although that's now creeping up. Yeah, I'll accept that, yeah. I'll accept that. Okay. But let's turn that off. One will cope with one, right? One resource on one ISIU. Two radiators. One resource on one ISIU. So even if we say one radiator per ISIU, okay, if we say one radiator per resource, and it doesn't matter which resource either. So I'm going to stop the liquid fuel, put the oxidizer on. Makes no difference. Now, just to be on the safe side, just so that it's not just sneaking over a bit, we'll stop that one and we'll retract the radiator, right? Did I not stop that? It doesn't matter on that one. Okay. That was 34% then. You can go away. Don't care. Go away. Go away. Right, so we've got that one. Right, and then we've got this one. Right. I want to know what this actually means. What does this value actually represent? Does that mean that the radiator is running at 33% efficiency? If it's running at 33% efficiency, that's going to be 60 kilowatts. Is that right? Yeah, roughly. Roughly 60 kilowatts, give or take, plus or minus 10, all right? For guesstimation factor. But this value here is not changing. That's not producing any more heat, right? If I turn on a second one, well, so it doesn't matter which resource is that actually getting... Oh, I can't use monoprop because I don't have monoprop. Right? So whichever resource I choose... Yeah, thanks, yeah. So I was just clicking on... Because this is actually reasonably small for me to read. So whichever one I choose, one radiator will cope with it, all right? So if I now have two radiators... and I put one resource on, obviously it copes. If I put this resource on over here, it copes. So 2 resources running on 2 separate ISRUs, 2 radiators can cope. If I now turn that off, so I've only got 1 resource running. If I turn on a second resource running on another ISRU, it can't, 2 radiators can't cope. If I turn all the radiators on, it can't cope. Part of a mod, Spurak. But what is the core heat limit? That's what I'm trying to understand, Lava Lamp. Right? So a radiator can only take a certain amount from one ISRU. The maximum power you can remove from this ISRU is 200 kilowatts. So the ISRU has a limit on the amount of power, the amount of heat it can transfer away. Right. That makes much more sense. That makes much more sense. Jade of Mar, I'm questioning, do you like Star Wars, Legacy Star Wars? Have I visited any of the space events taking place this month? No, I haven't. Right. Okay. You see, that makes more sense, that there is a limit to the amount of heat you can dump, as opposed to the amount of heat being produced. I wondered with that name. Right, okay. Those rads can handle too. No, I haven't, Raj. Last one I watched was either DS9 or Voyager. I've watched the films. I watched a little bit of Prodigy. Can you link something? Probably. There you go. Enterprise. Yes, I have seen Enterprise. Yes, in fact, I was at Destination Star Trek London the first time it was at London, and when Scott Bakula was up there doing his talking, I was a bit on Enterprise, and then I after listening to Scott Bakula do his talk, I was like, oh, okay, and I went back and watched it. Oh, I've watched bits of Lower Decks as well. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I've watched a bit of Lower Decks as well. I went back and watched Enterprise for the second time, and I enjoyed it more because of having listened to Scott Bakula's chat. In Rover Dude's exact word, he'd visited burst mode where a kind of scenario for it, how he didn't think it all the way through. Well, yeah. I mean, he's had yeah. The thing is, Lava Lamp, it's not a big deal because now I know and I understand. Right? I know and I understand now what is happening. Not knowing and not understanding, I don't cope with. I need to understand something. I mean, we had this discussion with Discount, and he came up with the idea was maybe it's, heat times 2 or whatever it is like this. Like the heat is designed to overheat. And he ultimately he was right with the overheating. It's designed to. But the mechanics behind it didn't make sense. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. So the next question is, I'm overheating. You see, I consider wiki stuff like that, right? Book learning. Oh my God, how did yeah, Picard. I've watched Picard. Duh. Yes, I've watched Picard. You see, for me to do book learning, I need to have an understanding before I go to the book, so that then I read the book and it enhances that understanding. It's like when I was doing my TCP/IP, right? My networking essentials 30 years ago. Just picking up the book and reading it didn't do anything for me. Doing a course that explained bits around TCP, IP, talking to other engineers, then going to the book made me understand it more. Does that make sense? Sometimes wikis are great, but the way my brain works, I learn by doing, and then that can be reinforced by reading. I can't do it the other way around. Or I struggle doing it the other way around. It's annoying that Star Trek Enterprise ended season 4. I still hope for revival. May have to be an animated season. Star Trek Legacy. What did I think of Picard? I don't understand you. Can you write about it on a wiki page I can read? No, because I don't know how to use a wiki. So someone would have to show me how to use a wiki. Then I could read it. Then I could explain it to you. So it's like, I just realised the engines are still on. It's like when I was trying to figure out how to play KSP, I kind of figured some of its stuff out. But then having, for me, it was Dash Valdez on, initially on YouTube. I found him through YouTube and then found him on Twitch because I was like, what's this Twitch thing? I used to know Justin TV. That's the funny thing, right? I used to watch people on Justin TV. And then I must have moved away with it. And one of the funnily enough, I don't know if you can see this. Linux Action Show, right? They used to broadcast on Justin TV. No, wrong button. No, that was the right button. That is the right. My brain is just not working tonight. And I used to watch them on Justin TV. I didn't know Justin TV had become Twitch. I used to watch them for Linux Action Show, but Stoked, which was Star Trek Online. Funnily enough, Raj, Star Trek Online. I used to play Star Trek Online, and I used to be part of their organisation a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, which is a different franchise altogether. So, and then I found Das on Twitch, watched his boot camps. I went, oh, and that made so much more sense. And then suddenly, from that point, I was able to learn. Right, okay, so I think I now understand. So we're going to revert flight because this was a test. You play STO. I stopped playing STO and I went back a couple of times. But I think in the general terms, MMOs don't do it for me anymore. Right, one of the things I do want to stop is us wiggling. I need to figure out what we're doing, why we're wiggling so much. If you're interested in the mods, do ! KSP mods. That will then give you the mod list. It's mostly up to date. I think about the only things I have removed are Parallax, because I was having problems with it, and Tuft. Whatever, the Tuft. Right, so where is our... There it is. Right, so our centre of mass, we're off by quite a bit. Our dry centre of mass we're off, and our average we're off as well. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I've... Clearly, for me, building is my thing. Right? I mean, I know this. I mean, I last time we were counting was like years ago, and it was 6,000 hours in KSP and stopped. We stopped counting because it started getting ridiculous. I have no idea how many hours I had in it, but we also got to. Ooh, what's happened is, I've left the game for a long period of time. And so I'm coming back and finding it really frustrating because I know stuff and I should be able to do this and I can't. And I find that very frustrating. Right, so that being the case, I don't need all of these radiators. In fact, I don't need these radiators either. Right, so what I've got to come up with, so my average centre of mass, I get 2 kilonewtons. 90, which is quite a lot, and 80. If I lock this fuel tank as empty, how much does that change things? So that's now 20. Wow. That's quite a lot. I mean, how much is that? That's only 4 tons. What's the cockpit? The cockpit is 2 tons. 2, yeah, negligible. And really? So the weight is that. Wow, look at that. That's like 30 kilonewtons. I would have thought the SAS would have been able to cope with that. Twitch streamer Ares Craft has recently returned to STI after 2 years. Noticed a lot of changes under new management. Oh, really? Because it was, wasn't it a Chinese company? Under ARC, I think, when I last played it. I mean, that's not a lot of weight. I wouldn't have said that was a lot of weight. We could offset that by putting a fuel tank. So that's 4 tons. That's 2 tons. That's 2 tons. So if I put 2 of those on. Oh, it's Arc Games, is it? Okay. I mean, if I put that on and put that on, put that on. That's not what I want to do. Get on there. Get on there. No, I don't want to. No, I want 1. Good grief. How great do you think I am? Right. If I chuck that on there. Right, okay. Do that. The torque is still out. Have I played KSP 2? We don't talk about KSP 2. I didn't see the docking. I saw the launch. Yeah, I saw the launch. I didn't see the docking. Why are you... What is wrong with you? There we go. Okay. Yeah, we don't talk about KSP 2. Right, if I now put these back down to where they should be. Which is there. 60 kilonewtons. Yeah, they should be. Does it make a difference, me moving this? Oh, will you? So what's that? That's 2, that's 4. What was that, 2 tons? That's 2 tons, okay. Ven's a blessing from the older gods. KSP 2, yeah. I was very fortunate in that members of my community gifted it to me. Wow, that's interesting. So how much does this weigh then in total? That's... Have I looked into KSA? I'm following it. I am following it. I am very curious. I am optimistic. Yeah, we do talk about KSA. I am optimistic about it. But I was really optimistic for KSP 2. And I felt that there was a lot more comms between Dean Hall, yeah. A lot more comms between streamers or content creators, the likes of Das, EJ, Matt, Scott, obviously, I thought that there was more in it. I was so there was a group of us that was on the media group for KSP1, and there was communication backwards and forwards between squad and content creators, backwards and forwards. And when Take Two took over, even to squad, that started getting quieter and quieter and quieter and quieter and quieter. Yeah. I mean, it just didn't happen. And we were, hey, what's going on? You know, talk to us. We want to help you. We want to make this game as good as we can. It's Take Two, Lava Lamp. It was all Take Two. Take Two. My view of Take Two is they're an investment house. Yeah, they're an investment house. I'll stop talking because probably got ads. Because we got potentially ads for people on Twitch. I'll wait. Is there really this much weight? I take that off. And I take that off. Why? Are we too high? For those of you that can hear me, I'll talk about it a bit more when the ads finish, because some people will have ads and I don't want them to miss out on, not my words of wisdom, but I want them to be involved in the conversation. And for those of you that are on YouTube, sorry, but we have to have ads that don't stop the gameplay on Twitch, so apologies. Now, explain to me why... Oh, the batteries. Are the batteries really that heavy? How heavy is a battery? Come on. .2. Oh, God. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. Come on, brain. 30, 32. I have 64 batteries. 64 batteries. Come on, brain. That's only, well, that's 1.8 tons. Okay, so let's say 2 tons. 2 tons. 2, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. So, hey, Beach Mode, how you doing? Are the ads over? We still in ads? Still in ads. Should be almost finished. What did I say? 1, 2. There we go, ads. So, Take Two. So, we finished the ads. So, Take Two. My view on Take Two is, I mean, when they, with the whole thing over GTA, with GTA, with the mods flagged it as a bad thing. And when Take Two bought KSP, I was like, oh. But at that time, we were still talking to Squad, and it was reasonably comfortable talking to Squad. Yeah, we would get in and out, backwards and forwards. And then they asked a bunch of us to do something on KSP TV, which they hadn't run KSP TV for a while. I can't remember, maybe Mel will be able to help. I think it was Breaking Ground. I think it was the robotics thing, the robotics one. And we were going to take turns in streaming on KSP TV. And then Take Two went, no, literally the last minute, nobody is allowed to stream on KSP TV. What? We've done this for ages, you know. Da, 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 da. Okay, so then panic stations, stuff happened, and we ended up pulling it out the bag. So, you know, we still did it for Squad, but we understood it wasn't Squad's fault. It was Take Two. And from that point, it went downhill. I mean, we were nervous in the beginning when they took over, but it seemed okay. It seemed like things were carrying on as normal. And then at that point, it was like, but this is ridiculous. We've done this for ages. Why change it? And it seemed at that point, and then the comms got less and less and less and less and less and less and less. Having worked with two community managers at KSP when it was owned by Squad, I only had good things to say. Once Tay took over, it was very noticeable, so everything was going downhill. The game became an investment. It's handled by money-driven managers. I had nothing good to say about Take Two after offering me a role as a QA engineer, only to cancel position after I told my boss I was going to quit soon. Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember because... Didn't we do the Christmas stuff? We did the Xmas stuff, which was the 5 years. And I know we did Making History. And I know I think we did Making History, and I'm pretty sure it was Breaking Ground that was the robotics one, which was the one that it all went Pete Tong on. Didn't know enough about Take Two at the time, so I pre-ordered, but the diabolical of KSP2 led me not buying Civ 7. Company gets no more money of your... No. Oh, no. Oh, God. I mean, I've got clips of that somewhere. No. So Squad, Raj, Squad is a web marketing company. So Squad, Harvester basically went to them and said, "Look, I'm going to go and make a game," and they went, "Well, don't leave. That might be wrong, but basically, you can make the game for us, but we'll own it." Santa Kerman, ho ho ho, my little Kerbals. Hello, Mill. So, I think, KSP2 and KSP are something in the region of 50. Oh! Oh, I know. Okay. So I know that they've been talking Bishimoda, but I haven't heard that he's working directly for them. I think he might be consulting, maybe. On KSA. That's why you said working with. Sorry, I may have misunderstood. I got the impression you were saying he was now working for them. As soon as the new owner was announced, he reached out to them. Oh, you mean KSP? You mean as soon as KSP was announced, he reached out to the new owners of KSP. You see, my understanding is the KSP2 is in the region of 50 to 80 million in the hole. So Take-Two spent something in the region of 50 to 80 million, I think. Right? I'm thinking 30 to 50, but I'm wondering now. But basically, let's just say it's 50 million, right? Havalil or something like that, yeah. So KSP was bought, the IP was bought, a lot of money was given to Squad. Then I think they put 30 million into KSP2, which is why I'm thinking it's more than. So KSP, Take-Two would want their money back because they're interested in this, right? The only reason why they're going to sell, why they sold the KSP intellectual property was to make back some of the money that they had lost. I don't know who this company is. I don't know anything about them. I don't know what their philosophy is. I mean, hell, it could be the person that owns it or runs it or the CEO loves playing Kerbal Space Program and, you know, bought it, so now he owns Kerbal Space Program. Who knows, right? But basically, Take-Two were in a hole for, okay, let's say 30 to 50 million. Maybe that's more reasonable, right? They're going to want their money back on that. So they sold it to get their money back. Harvester is never going to have 30 million. Dean isn't going to have 30 million. And also, I think they're taking the right approach, because when we heard that KSP2 was going to be released on Unity, we were like, okay, but aren't you going to have some of the problems that you had with KSP and Unity? The advantage, the good side of Take-Two Private Division doing the development of KSP2, the view was, and I think this was a general view, was that this is a proper software company who have developers that will understand developing, game development methodology. You understand much more the processes that are involved and, documentation, because as much as, and this is no shade on Harvester or the people that developed it afterwards, because they've made a game that I've got thousands and thousands and thousands of hours in, and that's also thanks to the mod developers. Okay? My understanding from listening to developers that then went back to work and make it better was that basically it's spaghetti. And you're pulling one piece of spaghetti and it's all spaghettified up and it's all sticking together. And you pull this one piece out to try and fix it, and now you're pulling the whole dinner off the plate. Because it had been built very organically, there wasn't any, software engineering involved. It was what I call. I went to college and I learned software engineering amongst one of the other things, right? Methodologies on developing code and and all of this stuff. Long time ago, 30 plus years ago, right? But the people that were developing it, what we used to call creating code on the fly was hacking. And then, or you developed it, and so you wrote the pseudocode and everything like that. Yeah. So what Linux is there. So they were what I would call hacking, not hacking as in taking over, No, I think there were some issues with Unity from the point of view of being able to do the multiplayer side of things. Yeah, I'm not dissing Unity. I know loads of games have been built in Unity, but I think there was two things there. I think there was people, as Linux says, people who were learning how to do, learning how to make game, and I mean, I don't know if Harvester had made games before, but KSP was going to be 2D. It was all going to be like, you know, paper rockets and everything. Unity is great for what it does, but solar system size physics simulation is not what it does. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a developer. I've made a game, and it was in Godot, or Godot, or Dot, or Go, or Go God Dote, and it's Jump Froggy Jump, and it's rubbish. That's my, you know, I have made a game. It is rubbish. My girls play it, and they enjoy it, but it's rubbish, and it's probably never going to see the light of day. But that was my first game, and I learnt stuff making it. So if I then went to make another game, the things that I've learnt there, I could implement here. Dink, you know, but my understanding, and again, no shade on Harvester at all, because he's done what I could not do, right? So fair play to him. He's learned, and 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 he's learned. And the things that he's learned have been then put back into the game. And so it's a mess. It's spaghetti. Yeah? And then so the developers that went back in, like Rover Dude, I can't think there was a bunch of other mod makers that were brought in. I can't remember any of them other than Rover, because Rover Dude was somebody that we were having interactions with. They went back and they rewrote some of the code to make it way more stable. But anyway, coming back to KSP2, I was very, very hopeful. I was very, very hopeful. But I was a little disappointed when it was, we're going to use Unity, because a whole bunch of us went, is this going to, I might as well do this, as I'm mostly doing just talking at the moment. Is this going to be KSP1 with a new skin? That's what a bunch of us were concerned about, right? And then they came out and they went, this is going to be KSP2. We're gonna redesign it. We're gonna put new graphics in. We're gonna do colonization. We're gonna do multiplayer. We're gonna do resource allocation. We're gonna do this, that, and the other. And it was like, oh, okay. This sounds interesting. What is that that's there? Oh, it's a hole. Okay, I could just see green and in there. And it was like, oh. And we were like, oh, okay. And then after it came out, yeah, it was overpromised. And I don't have all of the information. And because I don't have all of the information, it's hard to, it's easy to make accusations. But having been in a company where decisions are made for various reasons, yeah. But again, Linux, we don't have all of the information. Shadow Zone's given out a lot of information, but we weren't there. And this is my view in general. We weren't there. We do not have all of the information. And it is very, very easy to jump to conclusions and start throwing blame around when we weren't there. Yeah? Yeah, I understand. And my understanding, and me and Mill had a conversation about this at the time. And I was like, okay, yes, but I can understand why, was because at the time they had developers in that hadn't built it. And so my rationale, again, didn't have all the information at that time, was they might be hitting the same problem. They might be hitting the same problem because they're learning how to do this particular type of game, and they're hitting the same problems that people had over here, rather than and so they're having the same issues and bugs that were found over here that were fixed. These over here on KSP1 were fixed. And in my mind, that kind of went, well, if this code over here was fixed and they're reusing the code, why are these bugs coming up? Again, I wasn't there. I didn't have all the information. Sorry, my cushion's moved. And so it's easy to jump to conclusions when you don't have all of the information. And that's all I'm saying is, you know, even now we still don't have all the information. I do feel, from what we've heard, that there was inadequate management, and you had one set of management that was, we're going to chuck money and you've got to deliver, and Nate was, and I can't say, I don't believe it's all Nate's fault, right? It's easy to blame Nate. I don't think it's all his fault. I think some of it is on his shoulders, absolutely, because he was responsible for the direction and what was going ahead, and what appears to have been, let's make it pretty rather than functional. Yeah? But I do think a lot of the fault lies also with Take Two. Why does KSP cost 30 million to purchase? The reason why is Take Two basically put 30 million into the development of KSP2. Now, I don't know if that's just into the development of KSP2 or the purchase of the intellectual property right. I think it was 30 million into the development of KSP2. And if, as a business, if I've spent 30, okay, I go to Fiverr. I bet a bunch went into the Swanky Dev Diaries too. Yeah, I don't reckon that much though. I don't reckon that much would have gone into it. But yes. Okay, so here's me, right? Here's me. I'm working with Urban, because I'm going to pick on Urban. I am the producer of an amazing film. It's going to spread across the universe, an epic. And I employ Urban as my editor, right? I've spent loads of money, and this is no shade on Urban, by the way. I'm only picking on him because I know him through streaming, and he's an editor, and it's just sprung into my mind. So I've spent 10 million on this swanky film, and now I'm coming to the end of my money, and I've hired Urban to do the editing for me. And Urban, he is an easy target, but he's a lovely easy target. Urban, and again, no shade, edits my swanky film. And he does the best that he can do. Urban does the best he can do. He does me a rough cut. And I go, it's rubbish. But here's the thing. Is it the edit that's made it rubbish, or is it my production and my direction and the content that it's created with? So it goes to Urban, right? Urban does the best he can. He does a rough edit, and it is a pile of smelly garbage, right? I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would, Urban, right? So I now have in the UK we call it polishing a turd, right? We won't use any other language because we try and keep it PG here, right? Trying to polish a poo, right? He's done the best he can. And I go, but I've spent 10 million on this. I'm going to have to do all of these reshoots, and it's going to cost me another 5 million to do. Well, I'm not going to spend another 5 million because people aren't going to come and watch it, and I'm not going to make any money. So now what I do is I go, hey, world, I've got this swanky love story, excitement, swashbuckling, epic adventure, and I've got it edited. But I can't do anything else with it. You can invest in me or you can buy it. So I've spent 10 million. I want my 10 million back. I'm going to sell the polished turd with all of the stuff. I'm going to sell that for as much money as I can to recoup the 10 million that I've spent on it. Now, I may only get 1 million for it because it's in that bad a shape. But I'm going to try and get as close to 10 million as I can. So if we now take that analogy and put that onto Take Two, Take Two, as I say, have spent somewhere in the region of 30 to 50 million on the KSP intellectual property, right? They will have made some money back because when they sold it, it was sold as early access, and a bunch of us went, it's a bit rubbish, but people like me, that I played it for more than 2 hours. I played it for on the day that it was released, probably for 6 to 8 hours. I can't get the money back and then give it back to the person that bought it for me or and gifted it to me. I wish I could, right? But you had to play that much of the game. You didn't buy the game, you bought the promise. Yeah, I'd agree with you. Yeah, same here, Bishimoto. Bishimoto, I did pretty much the same thing. And I actually linked, look, here's a clip, because I'm not very good. This is, here's a clip, here's a clip, here's a clip, here's a clip, and this is explaining what's broken. So, as I say, trying to explain it for Raj again. So, Take Two spent 30 on KSP2. Let's say they bought it for 20, the IP for 20, right? So they're in a hole for 50. They've made some back. I can't remember. Someone did say how much they'd made back from the sales, but it wasn't as much as they wanted, right? So let's conservatively say they made $1 million back. They're still in a hole for $49 million. They're not going to sell it to Harvester for what Harvester can get for it. The only people that are going to buy it are big companies, because at this moment in time, in this universe that we're sitting in at the moment, where Take Two own it, they're 50 million into a hole, right? They can hold on to it, and any sales that happen for KSP2 or KSP1, they're still getting money for it. For any of the DLCs, they're still getting money for it. So they might be in a hole to the tune of 50 million, but they will slowly over time, if they do nothing with it, slowly over time, they will still, some money will trickle in. It won't be much. It probably won't even get to 1 million, but it'll be some money that will just trickle in. It's there. It's doing nothing. They don't need to do anything to make some money from it, right? So if I'm going to make some money from it, let's say £100,000 a year, just for argument. Well, yeah. Not surprised, Linux. As Take-Two, I'm making £100,000 a year, right? I do nothing, that's what I'm making. If I sell it and I say that I'm going to make some money, I'm going to want to make a certain amount of money back. And I'm going to say, hey, look, you can have £50 million worth of assets. And then it's for the person that's buying it to go, that's not 50 million. And now you're in negotiation. And they may go, 10 million is my final offer. And at that point, Take-Two go, I can make 100,000 a year. To make 10 million, that's what, 100 years? Okay, I'll take 10 million. But the likes of Harvester isn't going to be able to give you 10 million. The likes, I would be amazed if the likes of Rocketworks have 10 million or could raise 10 million to do the game, especially when you look at what they're doing with KSA. And they're gonna, their plan is to release it for free with donationware. Yeah. Now, given given the stuff that we've seen so far, it's promising. The fact that they're going to do an alpha release to modders. Now, I don't know if Linux is going to be interested because Linux writes mods. Because you're going to... it's written in Lua, I think. It's written in Lua. Now, I don't know if that's something that Linux is interested in. And no, you're not. You am? No. Okay. You are interested. Okay, so you are interested. Lua I think through osmosis maybe. You am RMG. That's me. You am. You am. So they're going to release. My understanding is they're releasing an alpha of KSA. It is going to be very rough. It is not going to be a game as such, but I'll put my hand up, right? If Rocketworks wants to add me into the alpha, I'm up for it, as long as I can show it on stream. Well, actually, probably not even if I had to show it on stream, if I just did it in the background. But because I've played Icarus early when it was early access, and I've played a lot of Stationeers early access. So I'm down for that, although when I played DayZ, I did die very quickly, and it's not my kind of game. But there you go. So I would be up for looking at KSA in alpha to get a feel for what is there. But it's going to be... I don't even think it's going to be KSP 0. I can't remember if it was 0.15 or 0.18 that I joined in. They just got rid of the launch pad when I started playing KSP. I don't know what that is. I think that was 0.18. I think. But I could be wrong. I don't know. It's not that important. I haven't kept all the copies of my KSP. So that's hopefully that kind of. I mean, that was a bit of a. That's what we call a red rant here, where I just go blah. And I'll answer your questions. Hopefully, I've answered the questions. And hopefully, I haven't been inaccurate in my information I've given out. Some of it is speculation, especially about the value, but 0.19 really. Okay, fair enough. I joined in 0.19 then, because they'd just taken out the launch tower, and I was sad that they'd taken the launch tower out, because I mean, it makes sense to not have the launch tower, but I liked the idea of the launch tower. Anyway, yes, so that's my view on Take-Two. I mostly blame Take-Two. And I do, some fault does lay at Nate's feet, but I think Diet Launchpad. My feeling is Nate had the best of intentions with KSP2. I feel that he genuinely gave you something to bounce off. Sorry, I mean avoid with your. Yes, obviously. I mean, clearly. I genuinely feel that Nate is both partially to blame, but also a victim. I putting myself in his shoes, given the information we have, I feel sorry for him, because I think he feels like he's let a lot of people down. And I mean, some of the things that I've heard, like he's been given death threats and, you know, all this kind of malarkey. It's a game. Yeah, it was $50. Yes, it was a lot of money. But it's a game. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with you there, Bishamode. I mean, also he's still under NDA, so he's not allowed to say stuff. And whilst I don't know, in some NDAs are unenforceable in the UK, but generally speaking, an NDA, you know, breaching an NDA, depending on the terms of the NDA, some of the NDAs are unenforceable in the UK. I don't know what it is in America. I don't know what the rules are, but generally speaking, if you get an NDA, you have to adhere to it. But I think there's a statute of I say statute of limitations. I think there is a limitation on how long an NDA can last for. So I think all of the NDAs that I signed 10 years ago, pretty sure none of those NDAs where I used to work are applicable anymore. I mean, that's 10 years ago. Anything that I knew, any technology, any industry secrets that I knew from back then, you know, data center secrets. Ooh, I have a suspicion that it's kind of moved on from that. But I feel that Nate was blinded by his vision. You know, can't see the wood for the trees. He was blinded, and the focus was on the wrong things. And it had gone too far down the line, and they started bringing it back with For Science. it started coming back. But I think at that point, when that came out, it was like, ooh, okay, this is moving in the right direction now. He needed to get us a couple of bases and he went for home base, yeah, I think. Nate is a micromanager and didn't want to accept input and or constructive criticism. Yeah. Yeah, so this is why I say it was mismanaged. So what he needed was not to be the one in charge. He needed to be reporting to a CEO that had a vision for Kerbal Space Program 2, is my view. Again, take everything I say, right? I do not have all of the information. And I have been in situations in a business where you can't give all of the information to people. And the decisions that were made were not, in the end, the best decisions for the business. But given the information at the time, they were not decisions I agreed with, but the people that made those decisions believed that they were the best decisions. And just like, you hear, don't question the commander on the ground. You don't know what's going on. Why those, at the time that the commander on the ground made those decisions, they were the best decisions that they could make. Hindsight is 20/20. And not having all the information makes it difficult. But I think some conclusions can be drawn without beating people up too much. And yeah, I agree. From what I have become aware of, I don't know the man. I believe he was very passionate about the project. I believe that he became too tunnel focused on what he believed the vision should be. And what he needed was someone up here